Are we Gucci? Is this a Gucci? Is this a Gucci? Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's get a link for this thing and get her going. Okay, cool. Post that there. Done with that. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Let's get our stuff prepared over here and we should be good to go. What a day though, right? Everything going according to plan. Everything going according to the plan, according to the math. As per usual. Price just mathing. No, I'm fully expecting some kind of news to drop tonight that like flushes the market, and then tomorrow we like pump. Just saying. I'm not be surprised one fucking bit. We'll worry about that later. And then, guys, we are fucking prepared, right? We are prepared for FOMC. First of all, let's just switch the overlay. Let's just switch the overlay. Let's pause the music. Let's switch the overlay. And what did we say yesterday, right? What did we say? Probably eyeing like this kind of thing, like coming to clean all this garbage. Something to that effect. Guys, I drew it down to the fucking pixel. Like, what more do you fucking need? Bing, bing. I don't know how else to fucking say at this point. Also, shout out to the yellow lines, right? Pink, 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 pink. As per usual, shout out to the yellow lines. Also here, pink, pink. Right. Shout out to the yellow lines. Also here, pink, pink. Shout out to the yellow line. Shout out to the math. Put the music back on. Actually, before we switch the overlay back, these are the trades, guys. We are prepared. We are now prepared for both positions. FOMC tomorrow. Right? We got 115 Bitcoin deep in this bitch at 103.69, and then 100 Bitcoin short deep in this bitch at 108.65. Right? Just look at those entries. right? 108 up here, babing. 1036 down here, babing. Right? As per fucking usual, sticking to the plans, trading at our levels. Ain't nothing new. Let's switch this back, put the music back on. And yeah, let's see how tomorrow goes, right? Tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow's finally here. We fortunately enough, blessed enough to get into a nice long and short before the day. Although I'm a bit suspicious about this long. Pretty sure we're gonna get stopped out, but right now, what are we in the middle of doing? Right, we're middle of mathing the 886 to the 618, bink, to the 75, bink. How many times do we talk about this exact sequence of price action? And so far, it looks like we got rejected on the first attempt to break the golden pocket. So right now, we're heading lower. But we'll see, right? Just a lot of time left. Boom, boom, boom. But yes, I mean, guys, lately price has just been kind of mathing, right? It's kind of been mathing. It's kind of going straight to, according to the book. Even here, right? 7.5 to the 0.5 to the 618 being. So, hope you guys are starting to believe in the math, right? Believe in the math. Put that, don't need this anymore. Also, keep in mind the heart, right? 1036. We came right past it. Ding! Started to go. As per usual, grabbing most of the liquidity and reversing. Also, by the way, for anyone that keeps track of the stats, right? Just saying, you should probably go look up this sequence of hourly or red candles. How often this happens. We'll leave that to you for homework. All I'm gonna say is bouncy are incredibly likely. Let's update our levels. And then get going on this read-in. Interesting enough, we do have an outside day. So let's see if bulls can try and flip this a bitch or nah. Or nah. I'm really hoping that we don't stop with the long tonight and then like the long opportunity presents itself overnight. It's probably not gonna be awake. Probably gonna happen, right? Probably gonna happen. When do things ever go your way trading? Okay, got our levels. Also SMP, right? SMP. Doing one of these at our yellow line. As fucking usual. Ding, 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 ding. So let's see if this continues moving to the downside or not. Or not. Everything else doing. Also, shout out to Whip. Even Whip is pixel fucking the yellow lines. Like, god damn. Goddamn. Shout out to the yellow lines. Shout out to the yellow lines. What are we missing here? We're missing gold. Boom, 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 boom. Also, mm, how about that planning, right? Every trade going according to plan, discussed in advance. Shout out to the math. Do you guys believe in the math yet? Right? Have I given you enough sample size at this point? Like months of streaming every day, showing you the fucking math over and over and over and over and over and over. Free to believe, or you still not believe? Are you still sitting here trading fucking inverse fair value gaps, order blocks, like a fucking NPC, getting shit on? Will I steal your money? Or do you actually believe now? Bum 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 bum. Shout out to all the NPC traders though, right? Got us juicing. Got us motherfucking juicing for FOMC tomorrow. Shout out to the math, shout out to the data, shout out to the preparation. Speaking of the data, did we miss anything particularly interesting at the gym? Or nah? We're nah. We're nah. Or nah. Not really. And I really hope we fucking nuke lower, to be honest, It'd be a super nice setup if we end up pumping after like at the FOMC, like the press conference. Nuke down to like fucking Lord knows where in the 90Ks. Till motherfuckers have max fear, and then we ride along all the way back up. God damn, god damn. God damn. So far, just mathin'. Boom, 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 boom. could potentially take a scalp long here. Potentially. We'll keep it in mind. We'll keep that in mind. We'll leave it there for now, right? Until the data's looking. Assuming we go lower. We'll keep it in mind. So it hasn't really changed. Really eyeing these though, to be honest. Let's see how those are looking actually. What do the red boxes represent? Liquidity. People's stop losses. So it's super common to kind of come through here and just like, or like in the case of this where most of it ends at like 1023, it'll come like to 1023 just pass and then go. So we're just making sure they're updated for tomorrow or tonight, right? Everyone's waiting to see if the US is gonna use one of these bunker busters in Iran or not. Just making sure we're prepared, right? It's FOMC tomorrow. Making sure we're prepared for the volatility. Boom, 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 boom. That should be good. That should be good enough. Nine oh 785. That should be good enough. I mean, yeah, we'll just kind of look at it tomorrow in the moment. I'm sure as we start to go down, these will start to change. People will close out their positions earlier when they realize they're about to round trip a trade that they've been on for like months. Assuming we even go down, right? Assuming we even go down. Definitely last stand for the Bulls though. This is the last stand once again, right? Yesterday it was up here, the level got lost. Yee. Now we're witnessing the same thing, right? We're gonna flip this golden pocket or nah? Or nah? Oh, so is this gonna start to change structure over here or nah? You guys excited? It's FOMC tomorrow. We've been talking about this for like a month straight. Planning for this. The day is finally here. It's Christmas. Boom, 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 boom. It's motherfucking Christmas. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Also, there's gonna be some potentially juicy alt trades, right? Is ETH gonna sweep these lows? Is garbage gonna get cleaned on ETH or what? Or what? A little babbing? Or what? Or what? Same with Solana, right? A lot of these things are sitting right above some pretty massive high time frame sweeps to the downside. Just asking for it. I don't know if we're gonna have time to get in too many things tomorrow, to be honest. We'll see how things go. I primarily want to be, if I get stopped out any position, like if we go lower, I want to get back in a long. If we go higher, I want to get back in a short. At some point, that is the priority of things. But we'll be mindful, right? We'll be mindful of like the Ethereum and Solana ones. How's Seaweed looking? Seems most markets were consolidating yesterday. Not sure, I wasn't really looking at like financial or health sector or anything of that nature. But if that's the case, it makes sense. Usually what happens before FOMC. Personally, I was trying to making sure I got into a long on Bitcoin. Is that even true? How did this stuff all do? So how's this looking? I'm just saying, right? I hope everyone is prepared. Just fucking saying. Just saying. We are fucking all but confirmed fail auction at the value area high. Just saying. Y'all better be prepared. S&P is doing the same thing too, by the way. All but confirmed. I would not be surprised one fucking bit if we get some kind of like war news and we just flush, and then by FOMC, the press meeting, stop everybody else and rip higher. So many possibilities, right? So many possibilities tomorrow. Cannot wait. How's oil doing, by the way? So let's remember to market that out. DJ AJ Way. Another DJ in the chat? What are the odds? We got DJ Trader and we got DJ AJ Way. Yeah, I'm ready for the longs, especially gold and Bitcoin, I think. I don't know if gold's gonna pump. I don't know if gold. If everybody's gonna be going risk on in the market, I don't think gold's gonna be pumping. If anything, this would like pump while everything's nuking. Whatever, it's possible, it's possible. I'm ready to my Bitcoin long for tomorrow, but I'm pretty suspicious. Being based on the math, we're gonna get stopped out pretty soon here. But we are break even, so 886 to the 618 to the 75. Then now it's rejecting on the trying to penetrate the golden pocket. Bing, 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 bing. Kind of just mathing so far. Just doing the math. But we'll see, right? If it can actually kind of flip this level, start going. One thing is, I don't know how low we're gonna be going, right? I have like. I think I have to be mindful of the sentiment data because see what everyone's talking about, right? 'Cause we're probably not gonna be doing that. I see a lot of people talking about 95 already in the data, so it makes me suspicious in 95. Probably gonna front run that zone or nuke through it. Yeah, be prepared for volatility. Also be prepared for if it does get front run, right? How much are you willing to tolerate chasing it? Because it's probably gonna be pretty fast too, right? Wherever this move ends, it's gonna be pretty quick. I doubt we're gonna like come down here and just do like a failed auction or like 3 drives or something and then just reverse. It's probably gonna be like pretty like ding ding. At least the initial bounce. I don't know how we'll go after that. Same with the short. But as usual, we'll kind of watch the open interest, have an idea of what kind of move we'll be getting. How many like longs or shorts get trapped, etc. You guys fucking with the math? Are you guys fucking with the math? Shout out to the math. Any questions, right? Any questions? I'm about to get some food. This boy's hungry. So we gotta answer this guy's question in the Discord. Make sure we're spelling this correctly. Okay, cool, done that. Answering questions in the Discord. Let's make sure we didn't put any stupid ass typos in that thing. Given that I am an NPC. Okay, cool. Just saying, a full day rotation is in play, right? Just saying. Just saying. So if we start to like flip this and go, break this high, like even just this high really. Potential move back to the top of this range. More probable. So anyone that's not in a trade might be a potential opportunity here pretty soon. Personally, you boys already in that dying. Already in that dying. From above and below, so we are chilling for the evening. Don't gotta worry about the charts too much. Do need to be careful though, do need to be careful, because there's a world where we like, you know, bing, bing. You do definitely need to be careful. Don't want to round trip both of these trades. It's one or the other, not both. Or at least get back into a short if it is going to come clean the highs and go lower. We have been leaving poor highs back to back to back to back to back, so the zone clearly not finished. Auction not done. Imagine they hike rates tomorrow, some crazy shit. No one's expecting. Boy, market would fucking nuke if that happened. Mega nuke. We're definitely filling the gap in the S&P if that happens. all this unswept garbage, massive cascade, massive. How is that looking out of curiosity? I mean, incredibly likely there's no change, right? We're at 99.9%. Mohammed Alian Akif, hi, hello. Hello, my friend, how are you? Is there anything specific you look for to put your stop loss? Yeah, like the invalidation of my trade idea. How else would you put it? It depends though. Like in a case like this where I'm like, okay, like this trade for example, this short, I had like a box up here that I was like planning to short if it came into the zone. Like I'm not basing it on like having like a fib drawn and like getting filled at the fib levels. In that case, I'll kind of have just like the ATR set, like whatever the ATR is, put my stop loss like a little bit further away than that, something to that effect. Or like hide it behind one of my levels, these yellow lines. But usually it's like whatever the invalidation for the trade is, right? Whatever like structure is nearby. Like let's say you were gonna take this like potentially like a failed auction, then you'd have it like on whatever low caused this high to break. So you'd have it like there. If you're really passive, you put it down here. Well, I mean at that point you wouldn't expect this to play out anymore. So you're kind of just like needlessly losing extra money. But yeah, usually the structure, right? Usually, because like let's say price is nuking. And you're trying to get filled like on the initial bounce, like right at this yellow line. Like you're not gonna have time to sit here and wait to, like for some structural confirmation, right? It's like you're getting filled and taking it because there's edge, or you're not. But like let's say you played this a little slower today and you waited for like this kind of failed auction to form down here. Then yeah, you could use like the structure as your stop loss. XRP looks bullish, forming a classic W on the 15-minute chart. Am I right? We don't really trade patterns here, yeah? Trade data, math. Like first of all, when assuming you're trading a double bottom, it's not confirmed to get up here, right? To break this high. Secondly, if there's like $200 million of longs underwater here and price does this, do you still think that's bullish? I can also just say this. It's just a flag and then going lower, right? If you're gonna trade patterns and just fucking end up printing into something else. Also, a double bottom on divergences, right? Are there oscillator divergences here? Because you know, having divergences go that way versus flat is very different. So it's not as simple as just looking at the chart and saying, yeah, there's double bottom. Also, do you know the probabilities of this, right? Do you know the actual math of a double bottom? Should we review it together? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Here. Are you aware of all these things? How to correctly identify it, what the volume should be looking like, the duration, etc. Because if not, you're not really trading a double bottom, are you, right? At least in terms of the stats, in terms of the math. Because the stats that are collected for these patterns are based on this criteria, so if it doesn't follow it, then stats are no longer applicable. You're trading a random sequence of price action. So make sure you know the math. You're doing great, a low man, keep it up. Thank you. You're doing great as well. Learning, asking questions. Yeah, over here we trade a little differently, right? Trade a little differently over here on this side of the YouTube. We plan our trades in advance, identify levels in advance to trade at. And when price gets there, we look at the data, see if it supports the trade or not. And when we say data, right, we're talking about this kind of stuff. So if you don't know everything on this list, start going through it one by one. Start nerding out. That's actually a lot. I mean, not really, right? Like, I mean, a lot of these things are like volume analysis is like the tip of the tree, right? Like, okay, volume analysis. And then there's like all the things that are related to that. Same with structure, right? Like Fibonacci retracements, harmonics, all the patterns, like the double bottom that you're talking about. Order flows, not just looking at the footprint charts, also looking at the statistics. So yeah, it is definitely a lot, right? A lot that's not listed here. But it is a bit of a guide to get you going. But at the end of the day, like less than 5% of retail traders that make money. And even people that aren't profitable know all this. So if you don't even know that, then like you're gonna have a hard time. Because it's not just knowing all this, being able to bring it all together in the moment and execute the trades. No emotion. Interpret the data correctly in the moment. Only trade based on technicals like breakout confirmations through support or resistances, combined with chart patterns. I think you're gonna have a pretty hard time with that. Like maybe if you're trading on the higher time frames, okay, I guess that's like somewhat more realistic, but like let's say we're watching this level right now and price starts to go up, and you're just looking at the chart. You have no idea if this is like a short squeeze or an actual move with like sustained volume and momentum, right? Because you don't have any additional data to have that context. So as soon as the short squeeze is done, it's coming right back down, or right back down. But it's a start, right? It's a start. Gotta start somewhere. Is a start. How long's left in the 30-minute candle? 18 minutes. How's all this stuff doing? Bum, 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 bum. I would definitely suggest learning some of the data. Because I can describe you like 20 different scenarios of how we approach a level and go through it or not. It's like delta increasing, delta decreasing, what's S&P doing, are people trapped, are people opening into a potential trap, are we squeezing people, is it the move supported with the open interest, blah 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 blah, go on and on. Does the math make sense? Shout out to the math. Shout out to the math. I mostly scalp trades. Most of the time their data isn't required. I mean, reading that's extremely suspicious, right? That's when order flow is the most required. the lower the time frame you go, the more important using order flow tools is. Look at the heat map. Sure. I guess it depends. You want like a higher time frame view of it. That's how it looks like on the higher time frame. For 1 day. You can also, if you're looking for just Bitcoin one, you can find it for free, right? You can just go here. They do offer free Bitcoin heat maps. Well, would it show you what theirs looks like? Bum, bum. They also have different models on here. There's like 3 different versions of it if you want to play around with them. Monitor them over time, see how well they work, don't work, etc. Yeah, I mean, lots of free data on CoinGlass. Definitely worth checking out if you haven't. They also show you like high leverage liquidations, although it's not. I mean, pretty similar to Kingfisher, to be honest. Not a terrible job. You kind of see where the high leverage people are hiding out at. Amongst other things. No, one thing I've been playing on here is they added what's it called? You can like search all of the trades on Hyperliquid. So if you ever see like a massive spike in open interest on Hyperliquid specifically, you can go find out like exactly where that trade is. Data and math looks complicated for now, but I believe it's the way. I mean, go to the end of every stream. At the end of every stream, we do a juice box, right? We sit here and we kind of plan trades out based on the data, and then at the start of the next stream, we review what happened. And literally every fucking time, it's basically what's happening, right? Don't gotta believe me, you can just watch the past like 3 months of streams. Don't take my word for it. Nor should you, right? Nor should you. Best that you see for yourself over and over. Same with these like Fibonacci rotations, right? How often do you see like 886 to the 75 to the retest of the golden pocket, and then it decides is it gonna go or is it gonna go higher, right? Often do you see this? Come to the 7.5, the 0.5, then you retest the golden pocket, then it determines is it gonna go lower or is it gonna actually flip and go higher again. Ding, 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 ding. Amongst many others. Okay, I will check them. I remember you said something the next day it actually happened multiple times. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's not even about like being right or wrong, right? Our job is not to predict the future, to have plans, be prepared. So at the end of the day, no one knows, right? Like, okay, like in this, let's say like the long I took today, or the short I took like the day before. When price is coming up here, in the moment, the data is like, you have some edge in the data, right? Telling you, okay, there's some probability that we're going to be reversing here. But that's like only true in the moment. What happens after that, I don't know. No one fucking knows. There's a world where I got into the short here and it goes ding ding and just fucking I get stopped out break even. Same with the long. So just about having plans. Levels to the upside, levels to the downside. It's what we do on stream, right? We're sitting here planning things out, talking about things days in advance. Like, we've been planning for these levels for like literally months. So when it comes down here, I already know what I'm looking for. Also have backup plans, right? Things usually don't go exactly as you're planning. Like if we were coming up here and there was no edge to take a short, then what's your next level of interest? Or like let's say you miss it and it reversed a little bit early before you anticipated. How are you gonna chase it? How much are you willing for it to go lower before you say, fuck it, I'm not chasing anymore, it's too risky, etc, etc. Just about being planned, being prepared, sticking to your plans. Because that's what everyone else is doing, right? Not just me. It's like a highly competitive profession. Have to respect the game a little bit. Know what I'm saying? Or nah, or nah. Shout out to the math though, right? Shout out to the math. Did we miss anything particularly interesting in the news here? While yapping. Interesting. Data, math. Not hard though, right? This trading stuff is not hard. It's not hard at all, guys. It really isn't. Kind of gotta just learn like the fundamentals of this stuff, and then after that, it's just a matter of having enough of a sample size, seeing it yourself, to recognize like those patterns occurring. And after that, just manage your risk, right? And yeah, and that's it. That's the finish line. You made it. And putting your stop loss break even when you don't want to, right? Always doing the right thing. You know how many fucking trades I get stopped out of break even? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. All the fucking time. That's okay though, because there's always another trade. And you're not losing money that way. And then once in a while you get into a juicer and it ends up just flying. Big old juice. I think most people are unprofitable because they don't understand the math. They're just gambling. They don't actually know what they're doing. Like for instance, like somebody was here yesterday talking about like gold was here. They're like, I'm gonna long gold to get back to the open. And it's like a lot fundamentally wrong with this trade, right? Like first of all, like you're doing 3 drives. Like 3 drives pattern. Like on 3 drives of divergence. Secondly, you had an outside day, right? This is yesterday's value. You opened outside of you gapped up outside of the value, immediately came back in. Thirdly, the VWAP was looking like this. Immediately bounced off VWAP and went lower. So like you're clearly getting rejected from like this price range. So like, do you really want to be taking a long there? Probably not, right? That's like a losing trade. You take this trade 1,000 times, you're gonna lose like 900 of them. On top of the rest of the data, right? Excluding the rest of the data, like just from looking at the chart. Also overdoing it, right? Like there's a lot of trades where like in the ideal world, you're trading the boundaries of some range. Like, let's say this is the range, like you're either taking longs here or shorts up here. You're not dealing in this like fucking retail mashup. Can it be done? Yeah, but you have to really know what you're doing. Most people do not. And then this is where they're trying to force the trades the most. They don't have the patience to wait for like ideal trade setups. Don't know how to identify levels of interest correctly, etc. But you know, what really comes down to just a lack of work, right? A lack of work ethic, not being prepared enough. Like if you think I know a lot, I'm just another random fucking trader. Everyone knows as much as me, if not more. That's profitable. So if you're like sitting here after like going on YouTube and watching like a video about like support and resistance and think that you're just gonna roll up to the stock market and buy a Bugatti, like good luck. Not gonna work. And you also need the self-awareness to realize that you're making mistakes. At the end of the day, it's 50-50, right? Like right now, if I go long, I have a 50% chance of being right. Even if I know absolutely nothing, right? If I ask like an alien from another world, are you gonna go long or short this? And they know nothing. 50% chance of being right. So there's a world where it goes up and then you think you made a great trade. When in reality, that was some trade that like 800 out of 1,000 times you're gonna lose money on. you have to have the awareness to realize like what was actually a good trade and what was actually a bad trade. Good thing is it's not hard, right? There's plenty of resources online, tons and tons of resources online these days. Plenty of books. Just a matter of dedicating yourself to actually learning it all. Well, social media too, right? Social media is also pretty bad. Like I think a lot of people look for like, the easy way out. Try to follow random people on social media who don't know how to trade themselves to begin with. And there's like selling courses or like indicators to make their money. So you're led down the wrong path from the beginning. And risk management, that's the other thing. Risk management's like the biggest thing. Like you shouldn't be taking trades where like the risk to reward makes no sense. You shouldn't be like oversizing needlessly. Also being more mindful of shaving. A lot of people whom I can tell that I talk to in here like don't shave on their trades. Like they'll enter a trade like this, and like that's their trade, and like it either hits this or it hits this, and they're not shaving along the way. Like it's gonna be, you're gonna have a really hard time doing that 'cause it's pretty rare a trade goes exactly how you expect it like this. So like you should be shaving at areas where like you're anticipating a pullback and the data looks like it's starting to like flip on you. Like if price starting to come up and I'm starting to see a bunch of like bear divs, a bunch of like longs are getting trapped, like a bit of a pullback. Plus the S&P is like starting to roll over too. And like yeah, I'm gonna shave. I'm taking profit here. I'm just gonna round trip the rest of the trade and go back to zero and get stopped out. Also like managing your stop loss. Like for me, as I get into this trade, as soon as there's like a structure change in the lower time frame where it like deviates past the ATR plus some multiple, my stop loss is break even. Whatever happens, happens. And if I get stopped out, then it continues upwards. Like there's ways to chase it, assuming edge is still present. And if not, then you wait, right? If not, you just say fuck it. I got stopped out. Sucks to suck. I'll sit here and wait for the next trade. I've been starting to learn recently. I'm gonna spend as much time and see where it takes me. It's all it takes, right? Social media, more social marketing courses. Yeah, yeah. Social media is definitely a huge grift. Like I don't know if there's some people on there that like know how to trade, but like few and far between. And the thing is, even then, you have to consider the fact that like, okay, at the end of the day, this is a big game. Let me switch this. Trading's a video game, right? I know it's just a big video game. So there's like a leaderboard, and like not everybody is rank 1, right? You can be a profitable trader and be rank like 100,000. But the knowledge gap between these two is tremendous. So yeah. I'm sure there's people that are online that are profitable, but not nearly as profitable as they could be if they leveled up even more. That's why, like half the time when I'm sitting on stream, I'm like reading stuff, right? Like I'm not sitting here looking at this chart all fucking day. I'm like tabbed out reading something else about trading, like some kind of interview with like a professional trader or some kind of book, or like on ChatGPT or back testing or doing whatever, right? Trying to like find something that I can improve on. Just giving the game a lot of thought in general. But not hard though, not hard though. I cannot emphasize enough that it is not fucking hard. If you take the time to like those things I had on that list, if you take the time to like learn those things, and you don't have to know it perfectly. More of it is just having the patience and the risk management more than anything. You don't have to sit here and know every fucking like if I told you like draw me the RSI by hand right now with this chart, you don't have to know how to do that. Hi, hello Harris. How art thou? You've been using ChatGPT too much? I use it for everything. It's an incredible tool. Especially when it comes to things that there's like no subjectivity in. Like it's like straight by the book. Like if I want to know how like the OBV indicator works, it does like a great enough job for that. I've been using it to learn all these fancy word things I never learned about. Yeah, it's like you should be doing. Because if you have one trader who's trying to learn about trading and doesn't use any of that, and then you have another that's trying to learn about trading and is using all of that, then you're at an advantage. I definitely wouldn't have learned things as fast as I did if it wasn't for ChatGPT. I can guarantee you that. Can't believe FOMC, that's 24 hours. Yeah, I know. Here's to see what happens. Especially like I don't know why. Like my gut feeling is that we're gonna get some kind of like story about like the U.S. like using one of the bunker busters or something, and it's gonna like nuke the markets, and then we're gonna rip afterwards on that FOMC. Something to that effect, right? Something stupid like that, like some news-related event that gives the market like the flush before ripping, or vice versa. You like pump after FOMC, and then we like nuke after. Or maybe neither, right? Maybe neither. Both could be wrong. Definitely expecting some fuckery though, I'll tell you that. Still no candle close in the golden pocket. Boom. 2-hour candle soon. We'll just see a crazy like event, like 5% plus. Yeah, I'm hoping for that as well. That's why like my whole goal this week and even like end of last week was to get into like a big ass short and a big ass long, and we have achieved that so far. We're in a big ass short from up here and we're in a big ass long from down here. Now I just need to make sure I don't round trip both. So many possibilities though, cause like S&P's like potentially like doing like a failed auction right here with all of this shit to clean. I'd be surprised at all. Like, but we'll see. We'll see. Level to levels, I'll get too carried away. Also on the highest of high time frames, we're doing one of these up here too, right? Right at the value area high. In which case you expect to come down here. At the same time, it always works out like this, right? If you pay attention to FOMC, it always works out like this. There's like shitty highs left behind, and there's like shitty lows or liquidity in the other direction, and you never know. You never fucking know, right? Market's very fascinating in that regard. And it's never obvious what kind of move you're gonna get, and if you're gonna get both of them. Because there's a world where we just like come up here and clean all this garbage, right? Pour high, pour high, pour high. Basically a pour high. More pour highs. Like, all this zone is like unfinished. With like marginal lower highs. Doesn't matter what I want though, we respect the math. Yeah, basically. So that's definitely the best way to look at it. Just plan for as many scenarios as possible and hopefully the one that you have in mind plays out. That way you're prepared, ready to execute. I'm just hoping we don't get anything crazy overnight. That'd be like kind of sad. Like if I wake up in the morning, like let's say we go to bed like and price is like in this zone still, and then I wake up in the morning and my long got stopped out and we're like ripping higher, and that means like I'm basically round tripping both trades. Or like we get some like wild pump overnight and then by the time I wake up it's like back down here. Definitely gonna have some alarms set before going to bed. Motherfuckers, trying to get me while I'm sleeping. Also, what a day today though, right? Like, I don't know if anyone has like collect stats on this stuff, but like the amount of red candles we got here was like 13, I think it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 red hourly candles in a row. Go look up how often that happens. Incredible outlier. I was watching this, I was like, what the fuck? Interesting. Caught my eye. Also funny that we got off on this exact start of this exact move. This is what we were talking about right in the yesterday's stream. I was looking hella sus with this little like 5 minute wedge. End up going straight down after that. Straight down. And now you guys you see, and this is why it's important to be able to identify like lines in the sand, right? We talked about this, how this was like, this was it. This is an old, later, 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 later. Knowing where the line in the sand is for both teams. Oh, I didn't even read your message, Mohammed. Can I find on Binance? Can I find you on Binance Square? What's that? What's Binance Square? Some kind of social media platform inside of Binance. Interesting. No, I don't have this though. Binance is like banned where I live. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Looking pretty bearish so far, right? Looking like it's failing this 886 golden pocket 7.5 rotation. Either it flips this level or it does not. Looks like we got rejected pretty hard so far. It's just mathing, just doing the math. A bunch of longs got trapped here too, by the way. Interesting. Interesting. How's all this stuff doing? Honestly, I'm kind of hoping that S&P rejects here too, right? Because if we get some like fear-induced sell-off, oh my god, this short is gonna be mega fucking juice, mega juice. Might be the single biggest P&L trade I've ever had if we end up nuking into like mid to low 90s. One can hope. Let's not get blinded by greed, let's not get carried away. Drunk on the money. Sniffing that hopium. Make something to eat before this next 30-minute candle, next 2-hour candle, etc. See how these things all close. Also, in terms of the math, not looking too hot here either, right? Nuked right back down to the golden pocket. Now we're potentially losing the VWAP. Yeah, I'm gonna make a sandwich real quick, get a protein shake, and then we'll be back at it again.
Hop on the pride, they ain't pay me the pride for your bitch.
Be back, ready to juice. Ready to juice. Right before the 30-minute candle close. And this is a potential starting, right? Potential starting of a move up though, we'll say that. We can start to flip the valley area low and start to break these highs. Then we're gonna start cascading through all this garbage. Good morning, hello. Hello, Harshal. Pretty important bears lock this level down, to be honest. If you're bearish. Not many people have taken profit on their shorts. Neither have I, right? I'm sure most people are thinking like I am. It makes me even more paranoid now. A lot of shorts to squeeze to the upside. Fuck. Boom, 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 boom. Harshal Beats. My boy. The computer science gang is in here right now. A bunch of fucking nerds. Nerdy? I mean, good though, right? Better to be nerdy than not. Better to be nerdy than not. Like, just think about some of the people that we're trading against, right? That's why I love social media, because I read it and I'm like, this is who I'm trading against. Okay, stay fucking less. It's literally fucking brain dead. That should be your glimmer of hope to make it to the end of the tunnel. How are the alts doing? I think I'm gonna be mindful of getting on the ETH thing. I just don't know how low this is. Like, this one's gonna be hard to gauge, right? Because this is such like a massive like imbalance. we could bounce a year like any of these areas, right? Maybe it's like higher time frame 382, maybe down here, where it's like hella bearish. Hella bearish, hella motherfucking bearish. What's the 1.25 extension looking like? Interesting. If we have time to watch this tomorrow during the day, we'll watch it. Because it might just like swing fail down here too. Just like a bink, bink. Interesting. Is it just Pendle? Because they did end up passing that stablecoin bill. Surprised like that all these aren't looking like somewhat relatively strong. To be fair, they have pumped quite a bit. Anyways, I was just still fucking around up here. Boom, boom, boom. Gold about to roll over. Interesting. Partial. Oh. You got 2 accounts now, motherfucker. I got a break even yesterday. Or is that, I mean, I'm assuming you mean, that's what you mean by BE. Yeah, I mean, pretty common, right? If you're managing risk, pretty common, you're gonna get stopped out break even. Pretty common. Most likely, that's a most likely result. The question is, could you have avoided it? Gave 1 to 2.5, then break even. Oh, you round trip the whole thing after it was up that much? Probably shouldn't be doing that. Like, okay, right now, I mean, I'm being a bit hypocritical when I say that, because right now I'm in a situation where, like, I'm potentially going to be round tripping one of my 2 trades. Like, I'm doing it on purpose, like, for FOMC specifically. Normally, like, I don't do that. But, like, let's say you got in, like, here, and the trade is, like, run to, like, down here, the shorts. You can, like, start shaving some. Like, let's say you're aiming for this single print, and it came down here and didn't make it, and it starts to pull back. You can, like, close some out here, close some out here, or like, close the whole thing out here, kind of thing. It just depends on the context of, like, what's going on. Like, you don't want to round trip at all, right? Like, imagine you're trading full time, and that was the one trade you took for the day. And then you just round tripped all of it. You just wasted your entire day, made literally nothing. Not even making minimum wage at that point. Plus, at the end of the day, like, let's say you shave, and then it starts to go again. That's good, right? That's good. Like, sure, you're not gonna get the optimal juice of the whole move, no, but still making money. And you can also add back, right? Let's say you shave some, and then it, like, and starts to, like, continue structure change or whatever, and you can just add some back. You don't have to be thinking, like, in some kind of binary manner about your trades. You can, like, add or remove as you will. I think the Dixie will bounce up in FOMC. Check the 2 US 2-year bonds and Dixie together. They are no divergence. Yeah, but like what has happened the past like 100 times if they've diverged the way you're describing? Could you be some like meaningless data points? But the other thing is like, you know, what you think, what I think, doesn't matter. Just have a plan for if it pumps, have a plan if it dumps. Because you don't know what they're going to say tomorrow. And you also don't know what's going on with this stuff in the Middle East. They should have a similar movement. Is that even true? Is that even true? Is that true? Yeah, I'm looking it up. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just not sure. Because like I'd imagine like if the rate is going up, mm, then people are gonna be like buying it more, so there's more money like flowing into like the U.S. So like, the logic makes sense, but I don't know if that's like actually how it works. But, like, well, that's what we're looking up right now. Makes sense. Makes sense. Although I don't know if I would like. I don't know how much edge that is, right? If you're looking to trade the Dixies that because of that specifically, I don't know if that's a particularly strong edge to be taking a trade. Like unless you're tracking like the correlation of them and it's straight to some like crazy like 3+ standard deviations away from each other kind of thing. Some kind of extreme outlier. I don't know. I don't have the data for that, so I can't. Hard to kind of say one thing or the other. Interesting idea, though. From my understanding, from people like from professional traders, trading like foreign currencies is not a lot of edge there. In general. But at the end of the day, that's like a biased opinion that they have. Maybe they're just not good at trading foreign currency. I don't know. have the same bottle. I mean, everyone does. This is like the generic, what's it called? Like, it's not literally the brand, shaker bottle or something. Blender bottle. Same color. I got it for free. I got it with a bag of protein. Shout out to you though. Sipping on that unified juice. You got that with Muscle Blaze? No, it's some company in Canada called a Canadian Protein. I think they sell pretty cheap protein online, while also being like high quality. And also like stock, like I always wait until they have like a sale, and then whenever they do like a crazy sale, I like load up the protein bags. Cause I have like one or two of these a day, depending on what my protein intake is looking like for the day. Makes a big difference, right? Hitting your protein macros makes a pretty big difference in the gym. I don't know if you work out or not, but definitely a vital part of the gains. I heard US preparing to bomb Iran. Yeah, I was reading that as well. I was talking about this yesterday, because the thing is, like that. So like whatever, they want to blow up these like uranium facilities that Iran has. The problem is that they're built like in the mountain, and the U.S. is the only country that has a bomb that can do that. They call it the deep throat, by the way. That's what they nicknamed the bomb. So it's like, okay, either they use one of these deep throaters, or they literally invade the country by foot to go destroy that thing. So, yeah, not much of a choice in that regard. But the correct name for it is a bunker buster. It's the name of the bomb. I'm kind of waiting to see if we get any kind of news on that tonight. Also, China is starting to print, right? For anyone who's been tracking, China is starting to print, right? Money printers coming online in China, so stimulus starting to flow. Right? If we want to have a true alt season, that's step one, right? We need more money sloshing around. I'm not seeing any other interesting news yet in regards to that. Although, like an hour ago, some senator in the U.S. said that he said definitively that they're gonna be conducting strikes on Iran today. Pretty bold statement to make as a senator. Cause I've never been in the markets before, and a lot of people have been saying like to kind of track the price of oil to see like if anything's really going on, right? Like it'll show up in the market and the prices of oil first before you hear about shit in the news, which makes sense. And I just watch the energies markets. We're learning more slowly but surely. Wow. Goddamn. I'm starting to get paranoid. I'm starting to get a little paranoid. Because there's definitely a world where we like do a short squeeze right now, right? Definitely a world that happens. Don't you this? Yeah, I'm super paranoid about us like starting to squeeze up, and then I go to bed when we're like up here, and then I wake up when we did this. Well, definitely not gonna be sleeping well tonight. I'd say that. I'm gonna be checking this shit non-stop, especially if this starts to happen. Ain't no way I'm round tripping both these trades. I'd rather just stay awake all day when needed. All night, all day. Don't give a fuck. Get the lean fit one from Costco. Yeah, I don't have a Costco membership. I used to just like leech off my ex. But they also sell the other one there, don't they? Like the Gold's Gym one. At the end of the day, they're all the same though, right? They're all generally the same thing. Gold Standard, that was the name. Show to our yellow lines though, right? Show to the yellow lines. Bing. Bing. Hello, imaginary fucking lines. Somebody stand my ass up. God damn. Trader Sosa, yo brother, how we living? Amazing. Just kind of waiting for tomorrow. FOMC is finally fucking here. How are you, my boy? I watched one of your videos the other day. You even gave that shit a like, my boy. Shout out to Trader Sosa. Lots of news this week, should be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we already got past the Bank of Japan interest rate. Now we got the American one, we got the UK one. Got options expiry on Friday, quad witching. With lots of potential volatility, plus all this like war stuff going on. Appreciate the like, yeah, no problem. I mean, I didn't watch the full thing. Like, it was like the most recent one. It was like an hour long or something. It's a pretty short stream, yeah. Kind of like just skim through it, got an idea what you were thinking. What do I think of all this war shit? Not sure. Not sure. I'm like an expert by any regard. Like, I think most countries are in agreement that Iran should not be building nuclear bombs. I don't know. I don't think anyone's gonna do anything if they go stop them. But I also don't know, right? I'm not like a global political expert in any capacity. Good for the market though, right? Historically, whenever there's kind of any kind of conflict like that, and like sure there might be like a short-term scare, but it almost always results in like strength in the market. Evening, hello 3. And long, shorts both, and both. I'm in both for tomorrow. I'm in a short from up here. I'm in a long from down here. Now we're just kind of waiting, right? Kind of seeing what way FOMC takes us. Normally I would have like taken profit on the short on the way down, but like I'm being like extra greedy because like, I'm expecting like a pretty large move one way or the other tomorrow. So open some pretty fat positions first of all. Second of all, greeting them to the max. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just a little paranoid. I'm a little paranoid because right now, like, okay, we're kind of watching for this right now, right? Like 886 to the 618 to the 75, and then like we are now here, right? Bing, 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 bing. Question is like, are we gonna flip this level and start to go and do like a failed auction or not? Because if we do, there's like a pretty big short squeeze set up here. We're gonna start to squeeze it pretty quickly. And I don't want to go to bed in the situation where price is like up here. Because then overnight, they might come like stop, clean this high, and then just go back lower. In which case I'm going to be round tripping both of the trades potentially. Whatever, I'm committed to not sleeping if that's the case. Or like sleeping very little. Currently long Sol, ETH, and BTC. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it definitely has a pretty strong like mean reversion bounce today. Well, a lot of entries are available. Thing is, S&P's not looking too hot. Not looking too hot right now. And on a day like FOMC, this is like the biggest, probably your biggest piece of edge, right? The S&P correlation. Because everyone's gonna be watching this. And we are kind of doing like a failed auction, just like value area high. With a shit ton of unswept lows below us. Plus like all like the bear divs, etc. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe we go higher first, then lower. As long as you have your stop loss break even, it doesn't matter at this point, right? Can't lose. Worst case scenario. The other thing is we had an outside day, right? We opened outside yesterday's value, and currently it looks like we're actually kind of starting to go. In which case you fully expect the move up here. And we have a poor high right there. So definitely looming on my mind, this move up here right now. So he was looking iffy to me in the medium time frames. Yeah. I mean, like, we have been like slowly grinding up for a while, like losing momentum. Like, I mean, whatever, at the end of the day, it is just like a random pattern, but like, this signifies a loss of momentum, basically what it means. So we have been grinding up. At the same time, like, we're fucking right by the all-time high. So any kind of catalyst, and this thing is descending. Thoughts on Tesla, local time frame higher? So I want to look at the options data first of all, because this is like a major options expiry on Friday for everything, for indexes and for individual stocks. So it's gonna be quite important to be looking at that. I mean, definitely wouldn't be entering a trade right now, I'll say that. If you're really trying to like scalp this short term, like this is a lot of shitty highs to clean up here. And also like just like lows. Right on top of a single print at the golden pocket. And there's like a big volume gap below. I'd definitely be waiting to like either clean the highs and like short up here somewhere if like data looks good. Or get into long down here or lower, depending on how this stuff's all looking. Boom, boom. Yeah. Yeah, plus the 1.25 aligns right there with the golden pocket. Some math confluence building down there. Genius Act got passed. Yeah, it did. Yes, sir. Tesla 2020 uptrend support. $20.20. Like this, you mean? I'm not sure. How you'd be drawing it. Maybe on log. Or like this, perhaps. Probably talking about this one. These parallel channels give me a range to work with. Hard to say, I don't know. Like, I mean, yeah, a lot of people use parallel channels. Like me, I always like prioritize like volume, right? Yeah, end of the day, like money talks. So like, and not only that, but like volume levels are like horizontal levels. There's like no subjectivity in it. Like right now, if I have to say anything, like it looks like it kind of like tried to go to the node below, got rejected, and now we're coming back in. Based on this. The potential long brewing, right? And it kind of confluences the stuff we were talking about in the lower time frame with the single print, blah blah blah. Whatever. At the end of the day, like the options expiry is gonna take precedent over anything we do on this chart. What are some stocks I'm watching, if any? Nothing particularly interesting, really. Nothing really. Like everything I have is just kind of like long-term holds at this point. I haven't really been swing trading stocks too much. I was looking at Pepsi for a bit. Pepsi and also like Louis Vuitton. But this thing's like kind of getting down into the shitter, right? And like, you know, let's just assume that we are going to be entering some kind of recessionary period next year. Well, people that sell like cheap fucking snacks and whatnot are usually do good. Those kind of like stocks like Papa John's or like Domino's, etc. Like, I'm not saying those pizza things specifically, but like that kind of idea, right? Like the low end retailer stocks do better. Same with this, right? It's kind of been nuking. On some pretty massive daily divs. Look, right now I'm kind of waiting, right? We did just finish filling this gap, another gap below. Being patient with it, because don't gotta rush it either, right? If these things are gonna bounce back to like all-time highs at some point, it's quite a ways away. Dollarama. That's better in worse economic times. Yeah, I don't know if Dollarama has a stock though. Oh, they do, interesting. It's not TSX. Yo, Dollarama, yo, what the fuck? Shout to Dollarama, going parabolic. Shout to the dollar store. Fucking motherfuckers are juicing. The fuck is this? I didn't know Dollarama was getting it like that. They do worse. The worse the economy, the better they do. Yeah, true, but this thing's like fucking up only. Like, surely this thing's due for a pullback at some point, right? There's a lot of stocks like this. If you go through like the TSX and look at all the listings, like a lot of people consider the Toronto Stock Exchange like fraudulent. Because there's a lot of like interesting stocks and like the questionable financial reporting and whatnot. Interesting charts though. That Dollarama one caught me. That I was not expecting that at all. Because what's like the American version, like Dollar Tree? Like nowhere near equivalent, right? That is a crazy chart. Shout out to anybody bought Dollarama in 2010. Up 5,000%. Keep buying a Bugatti from the dollar store. That's in my portfolio. My parents bought and hold. Yeah, show to you. What's a good source you go to for information about markets, economic data? Like Twitter is definitely like a pretty big one, right? Like if you have the right following, like there's pretty like informative people on there, like professionals like in their industry, like someone that's like an expert in oil or an expert in like I don't know, clothing retailers or an expert in tech. So there's definitely some alpha on there if you find the right people. Plus, like just kind of monitoring the news on there. In general, like I don't have a Bloomberg terminal, so definitely like don't have any kind of stuff from there. Yeah, I think other than that, just like the news sites, right? Nothing particularly interesting. And I also like look at stuff myself mostly, like on like unusual whales, or even like TradingView has like decent like how do you expand this? 'Cause I always do it on my phone. I'm at the gym. Oh yeah, like they have like a bunch of information here if you want to like look at this stuff yourself. And plus, like I don't know if you follow like Martin Shkreli, but he has like a bunch of YouTube videos about how to like kind of analyze these things from like a fundamental like balance sheet analysis. So if you care to do that, I'd probably watch some of his videos. He breaks it down a lot. Any accounts I suggest? Not really. It's like I don't. There's no like notable ones per se. It depends what you're trying to get informed on, right? Also, a lot of podcasts. There's like tons of podcasts with like industry leaders that are constantly talking about stuff happening in their field, like stuff on YouTube. Martin Shkreli. Yeah, I mean, no, he's definitely an interesting character. I'm sure you know about him. He was like famous at one point for the whole like pharma bro scandal. But definitely a questionable trader, right? Like a smart guy, but I don't think he kind of understands like like he's very trades purely fundamentals. And like to me personally, I don't think that's the way you should be trading, right? The math is way more the quantitative trading versus fundamental trading. I don't think you have a chance. Because the people that manage the most money are just doing it in straight quantitative now. So the market's gonna move how they want it to move. Doesn't matter what you think about the fundamentals. That's just my opinion though. Maybe I've been wrong, and I've never been a fundamental investor to begin with, so I'm not particularly experienced by any means. To me, it's just more like a. To me, if you're gonna take that fundamental approach, it's for like long-term investing, not for trading. Have you heard of the YouTube account Meet Kevin? No. I'll look him up right now. We'll give this guy a follow. Like I have a little bit of a list. If you go into the Discord, like on the resources section, one of those portions is like YouTube channels and whatnot that I watch. I don't watch any of them like religiously per se, but like I do from time to time, especially when I'm out doing cardio at the gym. I'll like throw videos on. Like Crown, right? Crown Crypto, for example. Like I know you know him. I don't watch it. I used to watch it like every when I first learning how to trade. I used to watch every day. Now I don't. But I'm to make your channel more. I like the TA. Show to the data. Yeah, you kind of have to, right? Because at the end of the day, we have to remember like we are leverage trading, so how people are positioned like, matters a lot. So like, sure, you can sit here and talk about like, oh, this indicator and this price point like could cause an 60% chance the price is gonna go up, but like in reality, it's not how it works. You have to see what people are actually doing with their money in the moment. Because like yeah, there might be like a like signaling 60% chance that we're gonna go lower, but if there's like a shit ton of fucking shorts trapped here, as S&P's like bumping, then we're not going lower, are we? We're just gonna fucking squeeze their ass out. Doesn't matter what your fucking indicator says. Putting the squeeze on motherfuckers, right? Putting them in a headlock. Still no candle close above this region. Boom, 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 boom. I see you got a new bop playing in the background. Gives me Matrix like movie vibes. Yeah. Skeller. The thing is, I have the AI DJ playing all day, like on the when I leave the data on, and I'm listening to it half the time. So by the end of the day, I'm like, okay, let's give the AI music a rest, because I'm listening to it all day. I do fuck with those songs a lot, though. We'll bring it back sooner or later. But yeah, Skeller is sick. I fuck with Skeller. These like, mm, uh, they're called Night Drive. It's like a huge mix of songs. There's like 4 versions of Night Drive 1 through 4. They're all like super vibey. Good for doing work and whatnot. Start making my own AI beats. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun, right? It's actually like fun. And also, you don't have to worry about copyright or whatnot. And also made me think like music artists must be pretty screwed, right? Like I'm curious how that industry evolves over time. Same with movie makers. I saw the most interesting thing the other day. It was like an AI that makes like some like movie scene. But like okay, normally you have the camera viewing the thing, right? And it's like from the point of view of the camera. But because it's all rendered digitally, you can move the point of view to anywhere in the scene whenever you want. So like you can be like recording like a sword battle from here, and then just start doing crazy camera angles from any perspective instantly, or even going to like first person. Pretty crazy shit. TV shows are getting taken over too. Everything's getting taken over. It's pretty. I don't think people realize how like, God, there's a freight train coming, right? The AI freight train is coming. Your jobs are fucking cooked. Whenever I meet people and they don't use like any kind of like AI tools or whatnot, I'm fucking mind blown. I'm like, you are asleep at the wheel, my friend. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, TV shows, they're ruined too, right? There's no more need for story writers, no more need for graphics artists. Like some guy the other day messaged me on to like make like thumbnails for my YouTube, and I'm like, I'll just use ChatGPT if I wanted that. And I tried it out of curiosity. I went to ChatGPT and like told it to make me a thumbnail for a video. It did a good enough job. Only a matter of time before it starts doing the higher end jobs too, right? Lawyers, doctors. The last things to go are going to be jobs that require like your physical presence. Anything that doesn't, you are on a, time is dwindling for you. Receptionists, truck drivers, anything you can think of. Shout out to the math though. It's not like trading. Trading, to me, trading is one of the only jobs that are not going to get mega wrecked from like AI. So I'm glad I made that pivot. Adapt or die. Well, the thing is, it's not as simple as that. Cause the thing is, like, it more so comes back to the whole dilemma that we're gonna need some kind of like universal basic income. Cause like there is no adapting, right? Like if it takes all the jobs away from one sector and then from another sector, like what am I adapting to? There's no job anywhere. It doesn't matter what I do. And also, like, let's say you're 50 years old. You can't just, like, it's not simple as saying, like, oh, go back to fucking university. Like, fucking stop being lazy. People have, like, families, real life commitments, etc. So it is quite the dilemma. Quite the dilemma. For trading, I feel alike. But that was not a finished sentence. Suicide Boys type beat. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. I think, what do they call this genre? Like funk? P-O-N-K? A subgenre of hip-hop and trap music. And best answers is great. Yeah, he's the reason why I became like a Tesla whale. And also the reason I bought my MicroStrategy so early. Although he's definitely still sniffing on the hopium a little too hard sometimes, I'll say that. Overly bullish a little bit too much. I think a lot of people don't understand like how leverage trading works, and they get like their view on the market gets thrown off because of it. At least that's my impression that I've come to see from with most people. Said like they don't understand like why we like dump or pump randomly, and it's like it's because like how people are positioned. Like obviously that was gonna happen. And they blame like market makers or something. It's like it's not it, but okay. But yeah, but pretty useful information though. That definitely gives a lot of pretty useful information. I've definitely learned a lot from watching that guy. And not even just in terms of like investing. I mean, yeah, I guess it is investing. But, like, kind of just different ways of managing your money, like like wealth preservation and whatnot. And also like the use of like long dated options and stuff like that you don't really come across too often, or at least I haven't, aside from his channel. Pretty cool indicators too. I actually bought like his like whole suite of tools for a month before, and I ended up like remaking a lot of them for myself to use, so I don't have to keep paying. But yeah, definitely some pretty interesting tools he has as well. Lots of data for sure, yeah. Yeah, that's why I like people like that. Like who's the other guy that does videos like that? That are pretty interesting usually. Like, into the cryptoverse. What's his name? Ben Cohen, I believe. Same with the guy who owns CryptoQuant. What's that guy? The Asian guy. Yeah, the Key Young Jew. Like, they share lots of data for free, right? Lots of like analysis for free. So it's basically like having like a free quant. I'm not saying they're the best in the world at it, but better than nothing. We about to start going here or what? Or what? Who else is good? Who else is good? Let's kind of give a scroll through some of this stuff. Nasdaq going for the sweep. Possibly. Possibly. Who knows? It's very order flow driven. I'm not looking at CME order flow for this stuff right now. AMD bags been looking nice. Yeah. I mean, like they're bound to come back sooner or later, right? Plus, like they just released like their new chips finally. Or like I don't know if they released it, but they like announced them. So pretty strong, like a catalyst for them to start moving up. Yeah, definitely potential juicer here, right? Yeah, this is looking pretty strong, right? Like crossing over on like volume divergences, etc. And you know the other thing about like I don't know if anyone's been following like how like funds are doing, but a lot of like of the major money funds have been like short in the market, right? Like they missed out on this move. And if we start to break the all-time highs, like they are forced to buy into the rally, right? Because they can't miss out on all of this and then miss like the next pump. Because right now their year's fucking cooked, right? Almost 3 months of it they missed on a move that they were also short on. Intel, like an add to me. I think we talked about this last time, right? I think we were looking at this last time. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with these people. I don't know. Like, what are they developing, right? What's like the next thing they're doing? Let's look this up. Try and get an idea. Is that wave on the right side of your chart a volume indicator? Yeah. Like this is volume by time and this is volume by price. So like clearly like a lot of people are buying and selling in this region. I think normally you kind of want to trade around like the node. Like the auction market theory, like value area high, value area low. That's why I have this chart like this. Like one value area, another value area. Like this is the same thing, it's just not doing it. Okay, like this one is for whatever you see on the screen. This one is for like whatever range I select. Also, it's like a way to know like how the market's moving, right? Like let's say it's like a really trendy market, you should be doing like a move up consolidation and then like a strong move up consolidation. So like if these consolidation periods start to get like closer and closer, and like you're starting to lose trend, right? End of the move is coming. Also, like if you're in like a larger range and you're starting to like consolidate more and more towards the upper end of the range, you're probably gonna be breaking out pretty soon. Well, there's a lot of intricacies with this, right? There's entire books about like this one tool, how to like analyze the market through that tool. Plus all the math, right? This is the very math driven. Cause like this range is 70% of the volume. So like usually if you go out the range, you expect to come back in unless you do the bullish retest and go. Like you kind of mean revert. But yeah, if you read about auction market theory, it kind of explains all the math behind that. Because normally you want to like use these in conjunction, like the volume by time and price. Like suppose you're reaching the upper end of one of these like value ranges and volume's like starting to ramp up. More likely you're seeing like a sustained move that's actually gonna break the range. Versus like you're going up on like fading volume, then you're probably gonna like reject, swing fill pattern, etc. All that kind of shit. You're gonna put in some like poor high, some excess high. Anyways, we won't rant about that, right? If you guys want to really nerd out on that, which I suggest you should, because that's like what most people are using to trade. Read markets in profile, or mind over markets. Back to Intel though, what were we looking at? Intel? They're starting to make GPUs as well. What's the book called? Or markets in profile. Or like mind over markets is like the second version, like the newer edition. Where'd that thing go? Well, I mean, the concept's pretty simple, right? Like, it's, at the end of the day, it's like... Okay, if you know anything about stats, like 70% is like the first like standard distribution, right? So once you go past that, you're starting to move away from like the mean. Like X amount of standard deviations. So like this is capturing like that whole middle cluster. And the logic itself is like pretty straightforward, right? Like this line is the point of control. This is where the most people bought or sold. So if price is ever above this, then it's trading at a premium compared to what most people bought it at. So people are going to sell into that, right? Because it's better than what everyone agrees the price is. And if it's below, people are going to buy because it's cheaper than what everyone agrees on. So that's why like a lot of time, like you'll see, right? You kind of revert back into the range over and over. And then obviously you have some like extreme outliers when there's like flushes, etc. It's not always going to work perfectly. But that's what we're doing, right? Like you're waiting to get to these zones and looking at the data. Like, are we going to reverse back in, or are we going to do a bullish retest and start to go? Same to the downside. Are we reverting back in, or are we doing a bearish retest and going lower? And this works on any time frame. Like this is like an extended range, right? This is like a half a year, almost a full year range. But you can do this on like the lower time frames too, right? That's why I always have this open. If I were to draw one here, like right now, like same kind of concept, right? Short here, short here, short here, long there. And if you notice, my yellow lines align with these things a lot of the time. Like these yellow lines come from this tool, or like this idea. Show to the yellow line, show to the math. Guys, it's FOMC tomorrow! You guys fucking hype? Or not? Shout to the math, yeah, literally. Shout out to the math. Hopefully everybody is prepared, right? Zoomed out your charts. Levels to the upside, levels to the downside if you're not already in trades. Prepared for that volatility. Don't get got if they fake you out, etc. Well, in terms of intel, yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't researched this company enough to like really know what's going on here. I suspect that they will kind of bounce at some point. Because they're like a pretty significant player in the chip world, at least in the retail side of things. I'm not sure about like corporate. That definitely like this is also pretty interesting to note, right? Like it's quite the aggressive spike in volume. Like it's clearly just a change of money going on here. Somebody's selling and somebody's buying. A change of wealth, as we like to call this, right? It's the most aggressive spike we've seen in volume in a long time, too. Since '97. How fucking long is that? I wish I would show you the years, right? Like 10,199 days? How many years is that? I don't fucking know. Anyways. Uncertainty? Not sure what you're referring to. How the lift's been coming with injury healing? Good, good. I'm already healed, right? I got surgery a while ago. It's funny how for me to like recollect my memories, I look back at the fucking Bitcoin chart. Yeah, it was August 2023. It's been almost 2 years at this point. Back at it again. Strength almost back to where we were before the surgery. Took a quick scalp on gold, didn't expect the strong push up. Like a long? Took a long? Or short? Are any of those indicators public or free? Yeah, they should be. They're built into TradingView. Like all the volume based, like anchored VWAP, fixed range volume profile. And then the one that's on the right is called like the VRVP, visible range volume profile. Should be, maybe it's not, I'm not sure. But also like right now, if you go on trading lights, like I don't know what happened here, but like I guess like the owner and the main dev had like a fucking clashing of heads and they split ways. And the dev has like released like the beta version of the new version of trading lights, which has like all that stuff and you can use it for free for now. I think trading light is also cheaper than TradingView in general, if you do want to pay for it. VRVP's free, just added it. Very nice. Scalp on the 1 minute, took a long at 72. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, you're about to get into the VWAP and the volume point of control, plus like the time point of control. We'll see how that goes. Plus there's like bear divs. In terms of the math, yeah, should be good. If you can get past this zone. The thing is, like, most people are like getting filled like this, right? Like somewhere in this range. That's why we always watch this box, right? So like right now, this is the most likely spot to reject. If it is gonna reject. But if not, then you should be chilling. Should be chillin'. Damn, this is moving so slow right now. Hopefully we stay here. I'd be perfectly happy if we stay here the rest of the night into the morning. That would be ideal. Boom, 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 boom. Speaking of options, incoming news, US wage growth sees largest increase in 60 years? Is that true? How often do they raise the minimum wage there? I guess it depends from like state to state. So like, how are they measuring that? Curious how that, like, what goes into that metric being computed. Boom, boom, boom. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. Let's get an idea of how the options market's looking for tomorrow. Oh. Let's see what the market makers are thinking tomorrow. Not a whole lot, not a whole lot. Which makes sense, right? I mean, like everyone's priced in like no cut, no nothing, with like 99.9%. I'm sure it's gonna change a lot when like the 0-day option order flow starts rolling in at 2. Whenever he starts yapping on stage. This is the current range priced in. We'll be back tomorrow, brother. Always appreciate the alpha. Have a good rest of your night. Mang, yeah, you too. Shout out to you. Probably getting off soon as well, right? I don't try and get good night's sleep. Usually get off around midnight my time anyways, so you ain't missing a whole lot. Shout out to you though. Shout out to Trader Main. I'm gonna go take a piss. Kyle stopped by. Yeah, I was there. I was talking while he was there. He was there with his girlfriend. Here, we'll catch you tomorrow. I'm gassing off the bed. Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired too. Getting pretty tired too. Gonna look up some of this options data a little bit and then call it a night as well. Also make sure I leave a bunch of alarms in case some wild shit starts happening for whatever reason. We already, we already have fucking 5 of them up here. We'll just leave a fucking shit ton. Guys, FOMC is here. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Not even just round trip both these trades. And the fucking whole day up. You're gonna see a hole in the wall behind the stream. Also, shout out to the math. How's the rest of this data looking? Oh my god, damn. FOM fucking C. Actually, let's bring this thing back over here. Actually, look at this stuff. Any questions, right? Any questions? How long we got left here? Good, like 30 minutes more or so. Kind of see how this 4-hour candle closes. Cannot wait for tomorrow. God damn. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the math. Where were we? Is this done? It is. Any questions? Or no? What a yap session today. God damn. God damn. Not particularly productive, which I'm not a fan of. Kill zone trades, long gold and BTC. Perhaps. I'm riding along from down here, so I don't gotta worry about that. Oil also looking good. A little late for me to long oil, but there's some people are probably taking this, hoping to break these highs. Sure, some people are entertaining it. I like to get it nice and early though, right before the laggards show up. Snipe them lows. Also, one wrong news story and oil's trade is cooked. Oil is in a 1 hour order block. Yeah, I don't know if that means a whole lot, right? What happened the last 100 times it was in a 1 hour order block? Plus, how are people positioned on oil? Plus, how's the order flow looking on oil, etc.? Saying it's at some random levels doesn't really mean a whole lot. It's not trading, it's just kind of gambling, looking at a naked chart. Ideally we have some data, right? Some data, some math, some stats. Oil. Shout out to Killzone Trades though. Trading all kinds of things. Bum, 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 bum. Almost 4 hour candle close coming. I'm tired, goddamn. Mm, 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 mm. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, bum. God damn. I'm gonna be awake super early. Hopefully I sleep like a little baby. I'm gonna take some magnesium right now. Make sure I get a nice sleep. Mm, mm. Bum, bum, bum. Oil. Speaking of oil, anything come out in the news? This would be the first relatively quiet evening in a while, right? In regards to all this whole war stuff. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Any questions? Any questions? We'll do one to bed here pretty soon. We'll give it like 15 minutes or so. Also, I don't know if there's gonna be much of a juice box, right? I guess getting in on this move potentially to get the value high if you're not already in a long. Anyways, we'll worry that when we get there. Boom, 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 boom. FOMC, god damn. We had a pretty volatile week, to be fair. Wouldn't be surprised if it's not particularly volatile. How does candle close? Particularly interesting. Not particularly interesting. Open interest starting to grind up. Interesting. Other than that, not a whole lot going on in terms of the data. should we do a bit of a juice box? Right, might as well get started now. How long has it been? Hmm. Hard to say, right? Hard to say. We did like obviously break this leg down, and then Pixel fucked up 2-5 exactly. All times you do like ding ding, or like come up to here and do it. Curious to see how that plays out. And this move is not looking particularly strong either, right? If you're kind of hoping to see like some like super bullish reaction, you haven't really gotten one. Oh, I mean, we are doing one of these at the value area low as well, slowly. Not looking particularly strong, but any moment if the order flow picks up, this can turn into like strength. So we'll keep that in mind. I mean, y'all will keep that in mind, right? I'm already in this bitch in both directions. Whatever, we'll do a quick yapperoni. The thing is, this isn't going to be particularly insightful, right? Because if you have not planned for levels above and levels below, and like extremely volatile moves, you're probably going to get got. Probably gonna get got. Plus, like, if you were gonna get in this long, it was probably like here, right? Or here. And we're bouncing we're literally mathing pixel fucking perfectly on both these levels. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. The math or is it not math? Right at the 6-6, right at the 6-1-8. Bum 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 bum. I probably missed the safer of entries on that. So at this point, if you do want to get in like the full day rotation, And you probably want to go like on the failed auction, like retest at this point. Whenever they give you this pullback potentially, to, like to the zone, the VWAP's coming in, etc. I think there's a lot of people to clean here, like high leverage, plus just like shorts in general. Like right, this is the zone, and it's a yellow line. So I'd be careful because we might come down here and just kind of start to go lower again. So as per usual, look at the data, make sure you know what you're doing, right? Don't just trade these plans blindly. We'll say that get in on the and same with the stuff up here, right? If we like end up doing that and then flip the golden pocket, it's like this yellow line basically, right? Yeah. So if you start to like flip, be careful though. Definitely be careful because this probably there's like gonna be quite. If we do end up making this move, it's gonna be like a pretty big short squeeze. There's a world where it's kind of like ding, pretty realistic. So I'd definitely be watching like these zones, like some kind of reaction. And for the levels below, I mean, like whatever, any level below is in play, right? It's gonna depend on the data at this point. And when I say below, I mean like way below potentially. Prepared for moves like low 90Ks. Must be prepared for moves past all-time highs, right? And everything in between. Bum, bum, bum. What is this? 101. And there's a world where we bounce here, right? Like this blue box is kind of like a maybe people are trying front run 100K again. I really don't know if it's gonna hold. Well, I will say today there was a lot of fucking bids stacked down here, and they were ready to if we started to like cascade down, they were ready to get filled on that. So curious to see if that happens again tomorrow, or if they kind of like pull those walls as the day goes on. If we get closer down here. Slash pulled them last second. Is spoofing on the bitch ass. Yeah. I mean, at this point, right? If you're preparing for FOMC the night before, I mean, I guess better than not doing it at all, but you should have been preparing this for like days in advance, weeks in advance. We've been talking about this for like a month, preparing for this. Had this in mind for a long time. All kinds of different situations down here, all kinds of different situations above. So we'll leave it at that, right? We'll leave it at that one. We won't go too in depth because we've talked about all these levels at some point. For the shorts. Might be here, honestly. Kind of might be like right in the zone. like somewhere in this box potentially, depending on how the data's looking. We'll say like the 105.7. It's like the same level we've been looking at for days, right? For weeks at this point. It's the same level that everyone's been fucking fighting back and forth over. Also, like a lot of like liquidity to grab right here, so I might be surprised if they come tap this and just start to like bing bing. Because we're also like leaving a bunch of shitty highs, shitty lows, right? Also like untapped. So kind of like set up the cascade down into like this cascade, which then set up like the move sub 100k, right? Start to kind of like build up a lot of momentum and down into this move. The thing is, like, if we start to come back up here, okay, like, yeah, so we can squeeze up here right now because of the shorts that are open that haven't closed, right? So like a short squeeze is definitely on the table right now. But if we come up here and squeeze them out and then start building value, pretty fucking bullish, right? So definitely like potential levels of interest up here for a short. I'd be careful, I'd definitely be careful. Because like if we start to do that, then all this is in play, right? All this garbage is in play. So we'll definitely be looking at the open interest when we get up to that zone. Like the 107.2 region. And remember, these are like bubbles, right? It's not to be the exact fucking lines. But like, be careful of time spent here. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, more or less that, right? And we start to like kind of pull back. Like even on like something like this, like depends on how high we end up going, right? Looking at whatever, the typical shit, right? We start to pull back and lose the golden pocket. Like any kind of bearish retest where you're kind of losing that level and turning into resistance and breaking the structure, then that's your short entry, right? A bit of subjectivity on that one because like this can like these fibs can look pretty different depending on where we end up going. But yeah. The thing is like it's a little bit more of an awkward one today because like tomorrow. When the volatility really starts hitting, like the reliability of just kind of like doing this like oh, getting some like typical like being like some kind of straight up like textbook retest or pullback is not as likely, right? It's probably gonna be starting to like blast off in whatever direction based on what's going on. So ideally you were positioned beforehand, right? So I put such an emphasis for the past like week and a half while getting into trades before FOMC. It's why we got into the short and haven't touched it. Why we have gone into the long and haven't touched it. To avoid this like fucking retail ding dong mashup for the middle of the day tomorrow. But yeah. That should be some ideas to get the juices flowing. I'm trying to think if we're missing anything. Because yesterday we definitely missed some potential like decent ideas in the juice box, right? Like realistically we should have been talking about like this kind of thing. Like this kind of golden pocket. We should have been talking about a year too, which I don't know if we mentioned. Whatever, the same kind of concept, right? Like I'm sure anyone that's been watching this at this point knows. You kind of know the drill at this point, right? How to find your entries and what data to be looking for when you're taking those entries. But yeah, I'm out here calling it a night. So quick chat shout out. I don't think it's gonna go far enough back. Actually, it does. Nice. So shout out to Arona, shout out to DJ, AJ Way, shout out to Muhammad, shout out to Harris, shout out to Harshal, shout out to Trader Sosa, shout out to 3, shout out to Oliver, shout out to Kill Zone Trades. That should cover it all. Yeah, maybe not the most insightful of juice boxes today, but I'm just tired, right? I just want to get some sleep, be prepared for tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully everyone has an amazing day tomorrow, right? Hopefully you juice in your trades. Hopefully you're prepared, planned, manage your risk, right? Don't get got. You have to be mindful of fake out or even like faking out both directions. And I'm out of here. We'll reconnect tomorrow and we'll see how these trades end up going, right? We'll see if we end up having a big motherfucking juicy ass day or not. Until then, I'm out of here. Later.